Hello, hello, hello. 1, 2, take 2. Is the stream now online? Is there video? Is there audio? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Gelas? I am not sure. I only see a black screen on YouTube. I don't see anything at all. Okay, now I see something. Hello. Anything at all? Yes. Okay, seems like now. Anything at all? Yes. Okay, seems like now. Okay, perfect. Now it's working. Okay, so welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, to one of the final days, maybe the final day of our platformer game. Day 11. Actually, it's, I don't know, day 17, I think. And what we are going to do today is to polish up and finalize the game. So what we have so far is quite something. So currently we just have a test map where we can play around, but all of our game mechanics are already implemented that we wanted to achieve. There's one thing that we skipped. Wait for me, that's a little bit too loud again. Let me reduce the music volume some more. So we have our test map, we have enemies that can go on tracks, we have a damage system in place, we can get in contact with a final flag, there is a little bit of an animation displayed, and we cannot control the player at the moment anymore, so there we need to go back to the menu screen and things like that. And in addition to all of that stuff, we also have a jump system in place, we have a damage shader in place, we have some enemies which are sometimes a little bit broken, but we have these rockets that go left, right, up and down, so only vertically and horizontally. And we have some cherries that can be picked up, and they will cause a double jump of the player so that he jumps again in mid-air. And that's it. So this is the game. I think we could achieve quite a few things with that. We have made a lot of base work and groundwork for a complete platformer. So everything that we did so far, I think, is good enough for a complete game. So where you have multiple maps, you can include additional enemies. I think everything that we did is, yeah, everything that you actually would need to make an even more complex platformer, because we had also complex topics with Box 2D, with querying the physics world, the contact events, the listeners. Then we had the raycasting and things like that. So really a lot of things. And yeah, I think that's good enough. And what we want to do today is that we want to create, first of all, a menu screen where you can select the different maps. Initially, you can only select the tutorial map. When you complete the tutorial, you can play map 1. And when you complete map 1, you can play map 2. So I would like to have 3 maps in total. Then we're going to move the current map that we have to our test resources. So that should be just some test screen where we are using this test map. And finally, some additional things. So then, for example, we need a sound when we are collecting these cherries. Yeah, maybe some other effects. I'm not 100% sure yet. And one more thing that I found out. So we had this problem that when you play the game in the browser, so when you click on the GitHub repository, on the link, that the music was not initially played, and I identified there an issue which is more related most likely to the browser in general. So when we open the debug console and start our game, then we can see something. So there is the play failed because the user didn't interact with the document first, or audio context unlocked. And also here, the audio context was not allowed to start. It must be resumed or created after a user gesture on the page. So I could imagine that this is maybe a general browser safety, that you cannot play a sound on a page if the user did not press a button or interact with it at all, to, I don't know, maybe prevent certain stupid things. And I think we can solve that, hopefully. So my idea would be that the current loading screen that we have to load all the resources, that we don't automatically switch then to the main menu screen. Instead, we are going to stay on the loading screen and just display some text that the user needs to click or tap the screen to continue. And after that, so when he clicked on the loading screen to move on to the main menu, then I hope that we can then play music without any issues, because then a gesture happened on the page, and that should hopefully solve the problem. But let's see. I need a quick break. Sorry for that. But I leave you that little game here, and I'm back in about 5 minutes from now on. So here is the to-do that we are going to solve today, and here is the current stuff going on. Okay, and I'm back now. So let's move on. So my idea for the menu screen would be that we, of course, use our beloved little application, which is called Skin Composer. And then we load our file. And from there we go to the, what's that called? Somehow go to the scene composer. And here can I create a new scene? Doesn't seem like it, so I would say clear. We remove everything. And now we start from scratch. So, hello, Copterfish. By the way, are you from Germany or Austria, or do you just know the German words Grüß Gott and learned it somewhere? So we need a table with just one cell. Maybe. Or 3 cells for the 3 maps. No, I would say 1 cell. I want to try out something. Then inside this table, I want to add a child. And here I set the widget, which is a vertical group, horizontal group, vertical group. Allows layout of multiple elements vertically. It is most useful for its wrap functionality, which cannot be achieved with a table. From Germany originally, but I don't live there anymore. Ah, okay, so where you are currently, still in Europe, or do you left for something else? And if you use Grüß Gott in my hometown, people will be confused. Yeah, let's be honest, most people which are not from Germany or Austria, if you say Grüß Gott, especially if you pronounce it in a special way, everyone thinks of something else. And we all know what they are thinking. Okay, so vertical group, and in here, how does that now work? Can I here now add a child, which would be a text button? And actually another text button, and finally another text button. Then let's make this column here expand X and Y, fill X and Y, and grow. Okay. And the vertical group for the different buttons here, I would say, or maybe the vertical group itself, maybe that one need to be resized or something. Alignment center. Column alignment. It does not seem to change anything at all. In Istanbul. Ah, okay, nice. Last time when I was there, that was when I was, I think, maybe 13 or 14. So 20 years ago, the child with my parents and my sister. And we were close to Istanbul for the, how's that called in English? The Matura-Reise. So when you graduate from, is it high school, the last school? Where you get your diploma or your certificate. There we were also close to Istanbul somewhere. Drinking party. Good old times. So I don't understand that. But maybe I'm simply not that talented with user interfaces. I want that these buttons are now not sticking to each other, that they are like spaced evenly across the entire height that we have available. How can I achieve that? So when I move it to the top, I have this one. And when I now say center, bottom, so this column alignment seems to do basically nothing. And I could imagine because the vertical group is maybe not. Ah, wait here. Expand, fill. Ah, okay, we are getting somewhere. So now I want this to be, not sure, column alignment. Does that now change something? No, still no change at all. I guess Matura is like Abitur. Ah, yeah, it's a different word in Germany as well. Yes, it's Abitur in Germany. We say we have Matura in Austria. Okay, padding spacing. What is spacing? That seems to add spacing between those things. But I want to retrieve that dynamically. So maybe the vertical group is simply a bad one. So let's remove it. Let's come back here to the cell and maybe... Wait, then let's also remove the table once more because I set that up incorrectly. Let's create it... wait, let me still have that with just one cell. This tiny little cell... where is it again? This cell here needs to grow that it fills out the entire screen. And this cell now, I am not sure. It needs to be a widget. Then maybe just a container. Maybe. I don't know. Then in the container we can... The widget assigned to this container. No. Add a cell? No. Ah, maybe it is actually a cell. Then let's make here a widget. It would be a text button. Where is it? Okay. And now we want to add a cell, a duplicate cell to new row below. And then once more. Okay. Looks a little bit better. And now I want this to be, I don't know. Instead of table cell, you could just use a container directly. I think that's what the description of container said. Yep. What I want to achieve, which should be fairly simple. So I have my entire viewport, which would be just that. And in here, I have an arbitrary amount of buttons. Like this. Of course, they would be the same. The first one would be now the tutorial map. The next one would be the map 1, whatever we call that. And the next one would be the map 2. And in the future, of course, there could be multiple buttons. So ideally, this automatically shrinks and this one should simply be centered. So it should not be stretched over the entire screen. It should be really just the size, whatever I define here. But maybe before we start with that, let's continue with that. And let's start again from scratch one final time. So you mean that, but seems like I need to start with a table. So a table, just one cell, that's fine. Then this child here is a cell, and there, instead of table, cell, set widget, so then it would be a container. But then Delete cell. Align. Sets the cell for this table. This will erase the existing content. I think a table must be... I think a table must contain at least one cell. I guess. Yeah, the description is sometimes a little bit misleading. Yes. Then let's try again like this. So we have here a cell, and now we are going to set a widget, and that would be a text button because it's a button that can be pressed and it contains some text. Now we want to add another cell and just duplicate the one that we have and put it below, and one more time put it below. Okay, now this is centered here, which is okay-ish, but does not look perfect. So what we want is actually... maybe this one should fill and expand on the y-axis. No, not fill. Just expand. Then the next one below also needs to expand on the y. Yeah, and the last one also needs to expand. Okay, so now they are properly split across the screen. Yeah, would be nice if they are a little bit closer to each other, but whatever. I think that's okay-ish as a starting point. Good, and finally we want to have some text in here, but I guess I cannot change that, or can I? Aha, I can. So here it would be tutorial. Then here it would be the navigation is a little bit weird. Here it would be map 1. And below here it would be map 2. Okay. Okay. Then this button, of course, looks a little bit bad. So we need another style. So let's quit the scene composer. Let's go back to our text button. And let's create or duplicate a new style. No, let's create a new one, which we call... I'm not sure. Menu button. Something like that. Okay. Has no parent. The font is the one that we always have. Then a background graphic would be good, right? But what kind of graphics do we currently have in our user interface? We have the banner. We had the... we have a button graphic, it seems. Then let's use that one. But where do I need to set it? Let me quickly check. It's the up style. Okay, so up would be our normal button. Yeah, let's see. Okay, so we have something. Then back to our scene manager. And there we now choose the correct style. Seems like the text is then lost, or why is the text not shown? I'm not sure. Here we have also a style. Maybe because the text is white and it's barely visible that way. Could be the case. And finally here, we also have another style. Let me close that once more. I could imagine that the color is simply not good. So it should be black. And now we see something again. Okay, what is not so ideal is that all these buttons have a different width. So they should all have the same width. So ideally we can somehow set that here, but not sure. Align? No, it's not alignment. It's also not padding. There should be some other thingy. Let's see. So this one is the biggest one. How can I modify the second one to be in sync with the other one? That seems to do nothing. Fill on the x-axis? Yes, it seems to be just fill x. Okay. Then let's also do that here. And maybe one final thing. So top padding. 10, bottom padding 10. I mean, these values we need to simply adjust in-game, I would say, or in the screen. But good enough, I would say. So, of course, not sexy and perfect, but that's good enough. And what we can do now is somehow export that, right? Copy to clipboard. I think that should be what we need. So back now to our game. We have a user interface. We have a game view. And now we are going to create a so-called menu view. And here we are now pasting the code. Let's also copy and paste a little bit from here. I'm not sure if we need a model. I don't think so. I think we just need the skin and that's it. And finally, we did that in the constructor, right? Yes, the constructor. And here we don't need the stage, we don't need the skin, we don't need the input processor stuff, we don't need table, but everything else we might need. So let's see, how can we make that a little bit more beautiful? So everything that is called table dot something can be removed because we are already inside a table. Then for text button, there is a LibGDX extension, I guess. Yes. Call it here tutorial. By the way, there would be, of course, another topic that we can add some internationalization to our game and just work with keys in the text. And depending on the language of the player, it's then German or English, or Russian, whatever language you want. But since we don't have a lot of text, and the text that we are going to add, I think, is unique or can be understood in every language, so we don't add internationalization here. It would not be that difficult, to be honest, but for simplicity, I skip it. So we have the text button. There we also need to pass our skin. And the style is more important. The style would be menu button. Then we have our skin, and in here we have access to our cell. And the cell we are going to expand on the y-axis, it seems. Okay. Good. Then, and we also call here row because we want to have another line. Then we have another cell where we have the map 1. Expand y, and here we have also fill x. And row, that should be this one here. And one final one would be the map 2. Also expand y, fill x. And here we don't need the row since it's the last cell. And we also don't need stage at actor. So that should be it. Looks quite easy. Then let me go once more back to our game view. And down here, we are going to create a menu view. It does not take a game model. It takes the skin. It takes and it returns a menu view. How did we call it? Whoops. Menu view. And it creates a new menu view and initializes it. And that's it. Here we also need to return menu view. Okay, then with that in place, we can create another screen, which we are going to call menu screen. That's a KTX screen. And what do we need here? Also here, let's sneak peek a little bit to our other screen. So we need to add processor. Do we also remove? We clear the input multiplexer. Okay, so let's first of all override the show method. Then we need the hide method. In hide, we are going to clear whatever input listener we registered. And in show, we need to add our stage. The stage we don't have yet, but we can also take that over from here with the UI viewport. We need to see if that is good enough for our menu screen. Could be. We will see. Then our screen needs the patch as well. So we have some basics. Then I'm pretty sure in resize, we also have the UI viewport resize. Yes, so let's move that in here. And finally, I think the only thing that we now need would be a render method. And in the render method, we have our stage that we say act and draw, or act delta and then stage draw. And before that, we need user interf apply just to be on the safe side. And let me think. I think that should be it for this main screen for now. We need to add some preferences logic here as well, because we want to disable buttons at the beginning that they are not available. Like you cannot go to the map 2 if you haven't finished map 1. Things like that, but that one we can add later. For now, let's go to the loading screen. And here I want to change something now that might solve the TVM audio issue that we had the last time. So let's move that away from here. Let's also remove that away from here. Yeah. Then we need a render method. And in here, we're going to check if GDX input is touched, I think. Is that the correct method? You forgot to dispose the stage. Ah, thank you. We'll add that in a moment. Is touched. Returns whether the screen is currently touched. Ah, there's a just touched. Okay, we want to have just touched. And when that is happening, we actually remove the loading screen, we dispose the loading screen, and we create the remaining screen. So one would be the game screen, but before that would be the menu screen where we just pass the batch to it. And by the way, also the audio service, because there will be for sure some music played in our screen. And we then switch to the menu screen, not to the game screen. Okay, so in here we have now the audio service as well. And thank you for always paying attention. We need to also dispose our stage. Then I forgot something. We need to export, of course, the new style that we have. So the skin JSON, because we added a new text button style, which should now also be available. And I would say, let's try it out. Let's see. Okay, there is no text. So there into the loading screen, we also need to add most likely a stage. And it seems like it's not working. Why is touching not working? I don't know. Whether a new touchdown event just occurred. But what does that mean? Who is listening to this touch event? Is it the input stuff of LibGDX in general? Just touched. Is touched. Let's try that once more. What is happening? So seems like we are actually swapping the screen, but I understand. Wait. So first of all, two things. First thing here, I want to have a debug message because I got confused already a little bit. Loading screen, and here when I think just what did we have before? Just touched is actually working. So log debug and leaving loading screen. That one is working, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Yes, that's working. And the reason why we don't see anything here on the menu screen is, of course, that we did not add anything here, which is my mistake again. So we need to add something. So it's the stage actors, and then I call the function, it seems. So stage actors, and here I call now the menu view where I pass in a skin. No, I don't do that. Okay. Hello, Tavi or Tavi. Where are you from? I'm from Austria. Most likely you can hear that in the way I'm talking. And ta-da, we have a user interface. Great stuff. Padding is a little bit too much, I would say. And there's also no effect currently when we press the button. So that one can be optimized for sure. But other than that, I think looks good. Yeah, so menu view. I just said that here we have too much padding. So top, maybe reduce it 10 by 10. And also the graphic of this button here, can that be changed? So isn't there like a pressed offset X? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aha, the text is then just moving somewhere. Okay. I think that would be okay, but I want to have a different color when the... here, down font color. Maybe it's this one. What is when this is red? Okay, then we have this tiny little effect here. I would actually go the other direction. So on the y-axis, we maybe go down. So more like that. Also here. Yeah, 2 seems better. And ideally, the background graphic would also get a different color, but I don't know if that is possible. We have the font, we have the font color, we have up graphic. But seems like we cannot change the color of up and down. Then let's keep it like that. So let's export the skin once more. And let's launch our game. Okay, so that already looks now good enough. I could imagine that we maybe use our parallax background class as well to not just have a black background, that we can also have then the gray background that we prepared or some other background that fits here. But this looks already decent, I would say. Then we are not finished yet, so there's of course quite some work to do. What we want to do is now to react on these button presses and then do something. And we can do that in our menu view directly. So here we can have on click, I think. And when the tutorial gets clicked, then maybe for a clean design, we also need a menu model. Because right here, what would I do? I would now call GDX app. That would be a KTX game. I think it's actually GDX app input, or how's it called, or application listener. And here I would say set screen and then game screen. And to the game screen, we might need to pass what kind of map we want to load. Something like that. But here we would then combine or tied up the view to some model-specific things, so I don't like that approach. So I think we are going to create a very, very simple menu model as well, which takes our game, which is the KTX game, or actually it's the, how's it called, Quilly Jumper, that's the correct game class that we have. It's not a game event listener, and it's also not a property change source. I think we don't need that. And the only thing that we then need is like a function that we can call like start game, and then, for example, maybe the map name or map ID, or is it map asset? We have how did we call that? Map asset? Is it really that one? Yes. So I think it's that one. Yes. So here we can then say game set screen and then the game screen. And what else do we need? So here I can just set the screen without an argument. We also would need to most likely get the screen of type game screen. And then call here like change map as well. Or load map. Maybe call it load map. And here we pass in the assets. Maybe do that even before we change to the screen. So something like that. Let's try that out. So we now create this method here as well. And we had something before in our show function. Here, set first map. We don't do that anymore. So we remove that. And we have here below now our asset that we get from this function. And then we fire the map change event. Okay, that should now allow our model to compile. Good. And the last thing now is that in here, we need a model, which is a menu model, which gets passed also to our view. And now when we press one of these buttons, we can simply say model, start game, and this would be map asset tutorial, but we don't have that yet, so we will just call here we call it here with the test map on all three buttons. And we can remove these semicolons because we are in Kotlin. And finally, in our menu screen, we need to pass here menu model, and we pass here also the game. So let me put that also in separate lines, and game Quilly jumper like this, and the audio service is most likely also a value. Okay, and here we pass the game. Okay, then one final thing. The game is the last argument that we pass. And now it should work again. And theoretically, when I press on tutorial, we should end up in our test map. Yeah. So these are now the problems that I mentioned. So obviously, it's not working yet. The question would be why, of course. So before we had the loading stuff right here. I get it. The reason why it's not working is the following. We say here load map, where we fire the map change event, and only afterwards we set the game screen. And that means the show method is called after we set the map. So all these event listening stuff and registering and unregistering is not working. So I was wrong. We actually need to set that first. Set screen first to register event listeners. And then set map afterwards. Now it should work again. Ta-da! Okay, perfect. So this is the first thing. The first bigger step. Now we need graphics for disabled buttons, because currently all buttons are enabled and we don't want that. So I think the simplest solution is we just open that up in GIMP, make it grayish, so like a gray filter above of it, so that it does not have any color. We can achieve that by, I don't know. I am not an artist. I think that one should be it. So saturation. If I move that here, yes, that looks good. Then let's call that button gray. Okay, then let's bring that also to our drawables. There we have a button, and now we also need another 9 patch with our gray button. So I am not 100% sure what kind of values I chose for the other button before. Maybe something like that. I really cannot remember. Would need to check that. But anyway, let's save that for now. Then let's open up this button. Can I somehow open it? Settings. Oh. So if you create the 9 patch once, you can never modify it anymore, really? Right edge was off by 1 pixel. Yes, I just want to take over the values from the button that I created a long time ago. But seems like I'm not allowed to modify that anymore. That's weird. Settings. Visible. Oh God. What happened now? Oh my God. What's happening? Hidden stuff. Okay, wait. So this 9 patch, make it visible again. Okay. And I don't know, maybe let's create another 9 patch, and can I load a previous one? Does not seem like it. That's weird. Isn't that very, very weird? Strange. My opinion, that's a missing functionality, but maybe I just don't know how to get to it. Anyway, there's an easier solution. We can simply just open up the button 9 graphic as well. The original one. Which is just a normal graphic, but it has these borders. Maybe it needs black pixels for it to work. I don't know. We will find that out in a moment. But anyway, black should remain black, even if I remove the saturation, right? Black is always black. Yeah, then let's export this one as button gray.9.png. Yes, replace it. So now for sure it has the same values. Yeah, maybe not 100%. Wait. We closed that for a moment. And now we open the scene manager file. I assume that in here there's somewhere the information about the border, but maybe I'm wrong. So background color 11111 null button gray false -1 type 9 badge hidden. Okay, so it seems like it does not store this information. Then it really just takes the information out of the graphic. So based on these black pixel borders here, it somehow knows what it needs to do. But yeah, that's fine with me. Then let me open it up once more. Then let's load it. No, not import, load. And let's not export the skin, because what we now want is another text button style. Or maybe it's part of the menu button style actually. And there should be maybe a disabled font color. That would be gray. We don't have that yet. So let's add it. I don't know, something like that. And let's call that gray. And also a disabled graphic, which is this one. And okay, so here we see the text. Yeah, let's keep it like that. I think that's fine. Okay, looks good. Then let's export this skin once more. And finally, in our menu view, we can now, not sure, is disabled equals to true. Let's try that out. So the initial state of the menu would be something like that. Perfect. Whoa, but you can press. You can click a disabled button. I remember there is this touchable stuff in Scene 2D. So I personally find that very unintuitive. So when I disable a button, I would expect that you also cannot press it anymore. But for whatever reason, they distinguish there between disabled and touchable. So now I cannot click that anymore. That's working. And tutorial is working. Okay. So now, how do we know which buttons we are allowed to press? For that, we need something in LibGDX, which is called preferences. So we can create a preferences instance, I think here. Preferences. I'm not sure if it's like that. How was it? Or GDX app get preferences it is. And we call it Quilly Jumper. Maybe everything in small letters. And that one, if I remember correctly, returns the preferences instance of this application. It can be used to store application settings across runs. This is exactly what we want. It's automatically stored at some default locations on Windows and Linux and macOS. I'm not sure if that works in the browser, to be honest. If it uses like the local storage, I think it's in the browser. But I think that's not super important in the browser. It's anyway just a demonstration there. And yeah, so we have this instance now as well. And in here, we want to store some values. And I'm thinking of that we maybe want to have a separate class for that, like this, that we have some type safety when it comes to our preference values. So where we want to store something. Let's call that, let's call that game preferences. Yeah, let's roll with that. Game preferences. And in here, when you create that, let me think. Can we do some Kotlin magic like preferences? And then it extends preferences by preferences. Sounds weird, but I think that should work. So basically our game preferences are normal, is a normal preferences instance, which gets implemented by whatever we pass here. And in addition, we can add some extra functionality to it. Maybe we don't need it then at all. But yeah, let's see. So in here, we would create new game preferences. And maybe I don't like it to pass it like that to the constructor. So I would most likely, I want to have something like that, which is like here, game companion object, and then off or for app, and then app name, which is a string, and then it returns game preferences. And now here we have this GDX app, get preferences, app name, and return it. And to keep it simple, like that. Yes, so now we can write code like this. Yeah. Great stuff. And now we have everything available, I think, that we need. So what we want to do now, that's a good question. In our menu model, I think we now actually need the, how did we call that, property change source, or how was it called? I forgot how we called this class. Let me check the game model. It's a property change source. Yes, so that's it. And what we have here is now maybe a value of unlocked maps. Let's call it like this. And that is a mutable list. Could be a mutable set. Anyway, we go with the mutable list. Yeah, okay, mutable list of map asset. And what do we want to do? So when this menu model gets created, which gets created every time when we are in our menu screen, right? So there we create a new menu model. So when we create this model, we want something. So in the constructor of the model, it does not have to be a property change source. It can be easier in that specific scenario. So we simply have an unlocked list of maps, and there we just have like a list of map assets. List of. List like this. And now in here we can get our preferences. So we need to pass them here as well. Let's call that just prefs to have it short. And now we can get a value, right? And basically, how will we store that? Is it a string or is it a list of strings? We need to verify that. So I cannot remember if you can store you can store actually anything in preferences. It's just a normal JSON format. So it should be possible to also store there an object. Like here, that's get. So there's a string and then you get anything. Yeah. So what returns a read-only map with all the key objects of the preferences? Yeah, that would be one way. What about this get and then the key and then a default value, which might be, for example, the empty list? What is that one returning? Let's quickly check. It's this, then the key, and then the default value. But how? That one supports string, boolean, int, float, double, long, else, JSON from JSON, and then whatever class we pass in here, and then get string. Okay, so that might work, but let's see. I think we need to debug that, and I'm pretty sure that it will not work so easily, so we might need to do it a little bit different. Anyway, we will get back here unlocked map name, so I don't think that we can store an enum. It's most likely the name of the enum. So here we should get back a list of string. Yeah. And then we simply and then from these unlocked map names, we map them to map asset, value of whatever we get here. And this is basically our unlocked maps. That's it. So let's see. If that works or crashes, then we don't need to remember the preferences, by the way. And the only thing now missing is in our menu view when we load it. The tutorial is available all the time. And here we need something like model is unlocked. And that one is linked to map asset test. We need to create just some dummy maps to have here better testing. But yeah, so something like this. So model is unlocked. Let's store it like this. Is map unlocked? And then disabled. It's disabled when it's not unlocked, right? And here we have if unlocked, then it's enabled, and otherwise it's disabled. And it's not nice. We can refactor that a little bit later on, but the same thing we have here below. So they're not unlocked, and the same statement stuff here. And finally, we just need this little member here in our model. And here we simply return unlocked maps contains asset. Would be faster if we use here like an enum set, I could imagine. But let's go with the list. Okay, so let's make a breakpoint, because initially I would expect we get back the empty list from our preferences. Okay, so here we have now some problems because we need our preferences that we now pass to the model. Then we need this as well in the loading screen. Which we then pass here in the menu screen. And finally, here we also need to pass them. Required game preferences found. Okay. Okay, so debugging. Unlocked map names should be an empty list, so nothing is unlocked at all, and that's why those two thingies here are not enabled. That looks good. And now let's store something in our preferences, so we can do it just here, just some debugging stuff. So there is a preferences use of flush method, okay. And then we have here, how does flush work? It's operating on the preferences themselves. So here we will have put, most likely. Put, yeah. A string. Could imagine it's a string. And we called it, how did we call it? Unlocked maps. Let's call it like that. And the string would be, let's also make that there's a JSON class in LibGDX that we want to use now. And what we want to have here is JSON to JSON. And we throw in here, for example, a list of map asset dot test, and that's it. I think that's it. Let's see. So we start our game. So now unlocked map names. We have now one. Which is already an enumeration. It's not a list of strings, it's a list of map assets already. Really? Seems like it, yes. So it seems... Why does that not crash then? Shouldn't that crash? Because the type is not correct. I say here it should be a list of string, but it's actually a list of map assets. That's weird. Okay, so now this one is crashing because, yeah, obviously we cannot cast a map asset to a map asset. But yeah, that's weird. Why is the line before not crashing? Anyway, under, where is this stored? I think it's C user and then dot preferences. Yes, and here we have the Willy Jumper file. Let's open that one. Type erasure. Ah, you are correct. The string information is lost at runtime. But wait, isn't the Kotlin compiler better in that regard? Because we have reified types. Ah, but I think that's just at compile time, right? That we can write type safe code at compile time, but still at runtime the type information is lost. Yeah, you are right. I think that's type erasure actually. Yeah, interesting. Okay, so how does it look like? Unlocked maps, and then we have class map. Ah, it stores it as with the class information. So that's why it can also load it as the correct class. Okay. Nah, I don't like that because if you have multiple values now, it always saves this class information here. That can be prevented somehow, if I remember correctly. But what I would like to have is more like a list of and then maybe name. Yeah, maybe that is what I want. Let's see. So now it still stores the class information. Because it's a list, maybe it needs to know what type is inside the list. But there isn't, wait, there is a, I'm 100% sure there's a special method where I can add a known type. Yeah, I think it's this one. So let me list of something, and the known type would be string or Java class maybe. Like that. Let's try that once more. So now it stored it just as test. Yeah. But wouldn't that then also work now if I store it like this? That should also work, right? Whoa, no. Collection, singleton list, items, something very crazy. Okay, that does not work. Then I would say we do it like that. we store it as strings because that's I explain in a moment why we do it like that. And in the menu model, we are then really loading strings. So that should now work. So let's go back once more. I answered the question also soon. So the reason why I want to keep it here as short as possible is that preferences is like a save file. You can imagine it like that. And the save file, usually you don't want to have very, very big. So ideally, it's a very short syntax to store everything of your game in that single file. And that's why I think that is the best approach. So we now have the key unlocked maps and now just the name without any additional information about classes and so on. And with that, when I now click here, we should get here a crash. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I get that. Because now, of course, we need to unload the map and need to tell the JSON parser behind it that this array here is of type string. What technologies do you use in your daily job? I use quite a few different technologies, but mainly I would say you can describe it with Java for backend stuff. Then Spring, sometimes Spring Boot. I prefer Spring Boot, by the way, but the current customer does not have that everywhere. They still have some Spring stuff. Then Hibernate for database access thingies, communication. What else? And frontend, I would like to get into an Angular project, but right now, back then, a couple of years ago, I did not have a lot of front-end projects the recent 2 years. So right now, in the near future, I need to work with struts again. I don't know if you heard of that, but in my opinion, it's a very old and dead technology. It's from Apache, and it allows you to write some XML structure, and you can connect then your Java backend codes with XML stuff thingies into a front end. But yeah, again, I would not recommend that. It's, in my opinion, that technology for front end. I personally would prefer React or Angular. But me personally, I would like to get more in touch with Angular. I did a couple of React projects in my free time, also with the different frameworks that they have there. I think there are like, 100 React frameworks, like Next, then I think Redis or whatever it's called, and the native React thingy, and all these special flavors of React. And I personally find React not very intuitive to use. Find it a little bit weird how you need to write down things. And Angular just seems to be, it is, to me, it feels like the Spring Boot of front end. So of course there's a more boilerplate most likely to it, but I like that they have a fixed structure, how you need to implement certain things. And with the dependency injection and the annotations, to me, it feels like, yeah, as mentioned, like Spring Boot. So I feel comfortable with it. But I never worked on bigger projects, so maybe it's a garbage framework after all. I cannot tell you that. That's why I want to get the experience with it. And yes, lots of legacy technology. In the company where I worked before, I introduced Kotlin for some backend tools. The developers were a little bit, I would say, afraid that they need to get out of their comfort zone. But I wrote, I think, 1 or 2 very simple tools with Kotlin and showed them the code. And then they were already amazed by it. So how things can be simplified when you compare it to Java. And they liked it. So we used it then for a couple of backend tools, like the typical stuff that you need to do, like data cleanup or a little bit of analyzing of broken data somewhere and how to fix it. write a little tool that calls some REST API stuff to fix the broken data and things like that. So there we used a little bit of Kotlin. That was cool. But yes, unfortunately, a lot of legacy technology. But in my personal opinion and from my experience, if you don't work for a startup company, most likely you end up with legacy technology and legacy code base. Almost never you will start from scratch with the newest shit. That's just a dream that people have. And in my opinion, that will not happen. Sometimes you have those projects, but most of the time it's working with legacy code base. Oh, and by the way, I learned COBOL as well the last 2 years. I have no idea how to compile it and run it. No idea about that. But I had to read it and understand it because I currently need to migrate and actually rewrite certain things that a company made in COBOL like 10 or 20 years ago. And now they want to modernize it with REST API services and other things. And that's why I need to learn to read COBOL code to understand what is happening and then translate it to whatever language or framework I want to use. What's quite interesting, I would never recommend this language. In my opinion, it's also an old one which might die in the near future, but was interesting to learn something new. Good, so coming back here, we need to use now our game preferences. And I think it will not be a preference interface anymore. We will remove that. That way we can, I don't know, no, we keep it like that. But what we want to do in our game preferences, we want to have something like unlock map or store. How do we want to call that? Maybe store unlocked map. I don't know, something like that. Where we pass in the map asset. And this is, of course, a function. And also in this class, we need now our JSON implementation from LibGDX. Here we can use the output type minimal to also have it shorter. Maybe for right now, we keep it with the normal syntax, but we can minimize that as well when everything is working in the end. And if we want to store an unlocked map, what we actually need to do is load or get unlocked maps, or just call it, I don't know, unlocked maps like this, which returns, let's use now an enum set. I want to try that out. I think that would be the best data structure actually to store it. And in here, we would have something like preferences. Then get, but get it as a string. I'm not 100% sure. What can I do with these preferences actually? It's just an interface. So it does not help me at all. Then I would say we have here something like get, and then again get, and the key would be, we can store that here as well. Here we have a value which is key for unlocked maps, and we call that unlocked maps. So we get this one here, and ideally we want to have here get or default. Yeah, maybe get.default. And that returns a list of string. Oh, how did we store it? Yes, we stored it as strings. So basically we get this one here. And otherwise it's maybe like that. That would be an empty list. Stored value. We need to debug that. I don't know what's happening here. And I would expect something then like JSON and not to JSON. Here we will call the... Is it then from JSON? Okay, from JSON. Then the class would be... Would actually be a set. Maybe we need here a list. Yeah, from JSON would be a list, most likely. The known type would be the string class. And finally, the input. The JSON itself at some point. So here I would say the stored value, right? And that would be our unlocked maps list. Okay, why does that not work? File handle reader string. None of the following functions can be called within the arguments supplied. From JSON class, type variable t, class any something, class any something. What the hell? Class of something, then the class and then the string. Isn't that a string? Maybe that's not a string. Yeah, seems like this is not a string because get or default key and then the default value is a string, so it should return a string. Required string found any. Oops. I don't know. What is if I don't use here a default value, if I just call get as string? So obviously that will not work. But then everything compiles here and finally unlocked map list to set. Yeah. But I actually would like to have an enum set. So is there like an enum set of enum set? Long time ago, I used an enum set of all of something. All of? No. The different types. Like there is no method where I can pass in a list. Then screw it. It's just a set. Yeah. And this is, wait. We map it. So we have then map asset value of it and that one to set. And again, here I would like to have a list of string. As list string. Most likely the most broken code that we will ever produce. Let's see. Okay, and in here, when we store an unlocked map, for now, we just use the same thing that we had before, but that one needs to be implemented properly. For now, let's try it like that. So very, very simple test. So just here, we would have our game preferences. Just preferences. Then we have store unlocked map, where we store this map here, and then we have to maybe call that load unlocked maps, because it's really reading it from the preferences. So let's call that load unlocked maps. And actually list of for now. Okay. Okay. Testing time or debugging time. Okay, so here I have the load unlocked maps, which is now set. And we can now actually initialize it here at the top. We don't need the constructor because everything is happening inside our game preferences class. Okay. So first of all, let's see how everything is stored. Yes, we store it like before. And now the first thing is returning a hash map. Let's make that a little bit bigger. The key is unlocked maps and the value is a little bit weird because there are those, I call it those quotes around the object, which I find a little bit weird, but whatever. I could imagine that this is working. Yeah, so it loads it as a string. And now we call here from JSON, and that one is unable to convert value to required type Java util list. Okay, let's play a little bit around here. What if the stored value is just an empty array? Then it's an empty array. If it is like this, test map 1. So that would work. So in my opinion, the problem is that there is another quote inside. I think that's the issue. Yes, we need to get rid of these quotes. Oh, that was always some fiddling around with the JSON class in libgdx. I need to think now. Where did I use preferences to store some things like objects? I think I used that once in the Mystic Garden project, I guess. Let me see. There should be somewhere a class which is responsible for saving. It's not in components. Maybe it's in event. No. System. No. Is it in the game class itself? Let's see. I had here preferences. And where did I use these preferences? I think someone once mentioned that I can somehow search here. Like this. Preference manager. Yes, let's go to that class. That one sounds good. So how did I save certain things here? this is the... On which branch am I? Private static final. That's the Java version. I want the Kotlin version. So it's under core, then preference manager. But I don't have preference manager anymore in Kotlin, right? At least I did not see it. I don't see it anymore. So I just have here prefs. Did I then do it in the game screen? Or can I somehow search just in a specific branch? Would that be possible? So here we used preferences. I add that also to the game world. Don't know why. Load game. What do I have here? The player position. GDX array. Aha, wait, maybe that's stored as a GDX array of item type. Yeah, how did I load them? We are getting somewhere. I don't see it. So items, they are already loaded as GDX array item type. Okay, that's interesting. So without using JSON stuff. Okay, but then how did I save it? Items. Player, entity, player. That one gets destructured, so we need to go to the player component. Aha, this is simply a GDX array. Maybe that is then automatically handled internally correctly by the preferences class. I don't know. We will try that out. So maybe the simplest solution would be just to use the GDX collection class. Yeah, so let's try it out. So we have a GDX array of map asset. And there we have add. And we add the map asset. And then we simply... But I did not use put string, right? What did I use? I just used save game. I just used preferences equals So I did it like that. This and then key unlocked maps equals items. That one I removed. And then it seems like I loaded it like GDX array map asset. And I simply loaded it as preferences key unlocked maps. Otherwise, GDX error, something. For now, let's optimize that later on. And finally, we can return it like that. To set. Let's see. Okay, so we have again our save file. So now it's saved again in a different way, but is it loaded correctly? No. Huh? the game did not stop. Then let me check one more thing, which is here where we create the preferences. Do we set anything special here? Clear the preferences, then store the values. And I flush it when the game gets close, but there seems to be no special handling regarding some JSON stuff. Okay, whoa. Why is it so complicated? So I store a GDX array in my preferences. And I want to load them. But somehow that's not working. Let me go back once more. So when I load it, here, I really just load it like that. And I store it like this. Interesting. Let me delete the file once just to be safe that it's not a problem with some data that was inside this file before. So unlocked maps, it's the class of the map asset and the value is test. So now when I load it, this one here should return not enough information to infer type variable t. Why is that not working? Why is it not working? But it worked. Ah, wait. No, why is it really not working? Shouldn't it be exactly the same that I had in that game here, but here it somehow worked? GDX array item type equals GDX array. And when I save it, I just get that and save it. Huh? I'm confused. Preferences, what can I do with you? I can do nothing with you. I don't know. I really don't know. What is the problem? I save the items. It's not the items, it's the maps. I edit. I save it here. I see it in the file that it's correctly saved. And then I want to retrieve it. Yeah. Should be very simple. But it is not very simple. It has one property. It has unlocked maps. It has this little thingy here. And it seems like I cannot load that. Maybe he unlocked maps. Not enough information to infer type. So if I would say here GDX array, one type argument expected for type alias GDX array. Okay, then additionally here I say map asset. then it's loading it correctly. Aha. Okay. So we have something like that now. Can this be optimized? What if I say here get, or is there get and then a default value? So if I say here GDX array like that. Will that work? That seems to work, but this is now okay. It's an array of map assets. This is exactly what we want. Okay, what if we don't store anything? So if the file does not exist at all, does that also work? Let's remove that once more. So now there is nothing inside. So I would expect this to be an empty list. Yes. Seems to work. We found something. We found a solution. So this JSON stuff seems like we don't need it at all. We could store this still somehow more optimized. As I mentioned before, you can erase the type information, all of that stuff, but I don't want to fiddle around with that further. So we just roll with what we have now. Good. So store unlocked map. There, what I actually wanted to do is that first of all, I load the unlocked maps. And then let's make that return a GDX array as well, that we don't always convert between the different collections. So we get here the unlocked maps, and then if map asset is not in unlocked maps, then we add it. Maybe there is no plus equal, I don't know. So we call add map assets. And also only if it's not in there, then we want to save a new value. So there we want to call something like that. I have now one too much of these braces. Okay, so let me see. When we want to store an unlocked map, we load the currently unlocked maps. Then we check, is this new map not in the list yet? Then we're going to add it and we are going to save it. Yes, I think that's okay. And loading is simply reading the value from here. Let me see if I can remove the type here because it's specified in here. That should hopefully still work. If nothing is stored yet, we load an empty GDX array. And otherwise, we load the array that is stored in the preferences. So this should now work. So coming back to Quilly Jumper. So in here, the only thing that we want to do is store an unlocked map with map asset test. Yeah. And there, let's now really create real maps very quickly. So we have a tutorial. Then we have a map 1. And we have a map 2. Then we have different map assets. Dun, dun, dun. We have a tutorial. We have a map 1 and we have a map 2. So here we have tutorial, map 1 and map 2. Okay, and now with those real implementations, we have now here the tutorial map at least available. Yeah. Good, then let's remove the file once more. Okay, it's already removed. And now one final thing. Now in our map view, we can also map view. Nah, that's not it. Menu view, not map view. Now here we are going to extract that here like a separate function. Let's call that menu button, which takes the text that is a string. We don't need the style. It's always the same. It's not always the same. That one we also need to change actually. Wait, there is one more thing. No, wait. Why? With the disabled, we did not need a separate style. It's the same style that has this information about enabled and disabled. Okay, I remember. So that's it as well. Yeah. And what else do we need? So related map assets. And that's it. So finally, we have here like this. We have a menu button, which gets a text, which could actually be read from the map asset as well. Yeah. Let's make here another property. So something like display name, that is a string, and that's actually the name of the enum, but we replace the underscore with a space. Let's see. So coming back here, we don't need the text property. We can use from the related map assets the display name. Then we have the style, we have the skin. Then we check, is the map unlocked based on the model? Yeah, let's pass that to the method. Is unlocked. Here we check the unlocked maps, which is here a GDX array. Let's remove that here because we might change this collection multiple times. Okay, so we have that available. Instead of contains, we can write asset in, I guess. Or is that not supported? It is supported. Okay. Perfect. And finally, is map unlocked? So is disabled, and touchable. if then unabled, else disabled. Then we can remove this piece of code here and expand Y is always the case and fill X. I don't know. We try it. We set it now all the time. And finally on click is model start game and then the related map asset. And now this stuff here above can be simplified. That we simply say here menu button and we have here map asset tutorial. We don't need that anymore. We actually need to also call here row. And the model needs to be passed as well. Okay. And finally for map 1 and also map 2. And we can remove all of that. So this is now also optimized. And now let's test that. Everything is disabled. Okay, disappointing. Why is everything disabled? There would be an unlocked map which is called tutorial. Huh? Why is it not working? Menu model. Let's make that body that we can set the breakpoint and let's go once more. So here we are loading the unlocked maps, which contains the tutorial map. Load unlocked maps. Which is happening when we create a menu model. But why is unlocked never called? Hä? Should we end up in here? Okay, so now is unlocked and here we have unlocked maps. Yes. And the asset is... wait, I see now. So we pass in the test map, which is not correct. We need to update here also related map asset. Okay, now I'm confident. Let's see. Okay, tutorial is now available and map 1 and map 2 is not available. Okay, that's good. Yeah, give me a moment. I want to test it once more. So let's remove the preference once more. And now that looks good. And when I click on tutorial, we are then in game. That's good. Now we need to add something. So wait, let me tick off certain things. So main menu where you can select the maps, tutorial map. Yeah, so we have this one, we have this one. We can remove the test map actually, that's true. And we need now this transition that we go back to the main menu. And when we do that, we also need to store the next map that gets unlocked. So let's close that. And how can we achieve this? Let me think a little bit. So we have an event, right, that we call player item collect event. Yeah. Because I think we check if he collected the finish flag. And then we execute some logic. Okay, so basically what we have here, we could add that maybe to the game screen itself and make him a game event listener. And the game screen has then this internal timer of maybe 5 seconds when a finish flag gets collected. Let's see. Yeah. I would say so. And then we need to store the next unlocked map and go back to the game screen, menu screen. I think that should be doable. So our game screen becomes a game event listener. So here we also register the screen itself, and we also need to unregister the screen itself. And we just need now a separate method. Like here, which is the on event. And we have if event is the player item collect event, and event collectible type is the finish flag, then we do something. Shouldn't you use set instead of list? You mean for the stored unlocked maps that we store in the preferences? Then yes, I would agree. Set is a better option. But before, I did not get it to run that way. There were always some problems when saving it and loading it to the preferences. And currently, I don't want to invest more time into that. So that's why we go with the GDX array at the moment. Okay, so let me see. Let's invert this if condition. I think you need to add type hints to the first get. I'm not sure, are these chat messages from many minutes ago and they are just popping up right now for me? Or is that related to the current code? I'm not sure. Let me finish this implementation here, my idea. So here in the game screen, I have like a private var finish timer or complete. But delay to menu equals 5 and delay in seconds. And so let's initialize with 0. And now, hear me out. Now, when we collect something here, then we say the delay to the main menu is 5 seconds. Yeah. And in the render method, if delay to menu is greater 0, then we remove the delta time. And if the delay to menu is less than 0, then we need our game, which currently we don't have it, but let's get it. So private game is Quilly Jumper. So here we would then say set screen and we go back to the menu screen. But in addition, we need our preferences, which we also don't have yet, I think. Yeah. And now with the preferences, where are they? Here. So preferences, there we will store an unlocked map, which is, we need to store this one here as well. So we have private lit init var current map is of type map asset. Then when we load the map, we need to store it. Let's call it here map asset as well. More than 2 hours of streaming. Yes, normally I stream, at least for those bigger topics, it's up to 5 hours. It depends on how motivated I am. And currently very, very or highly motivated. So that's why it will be a little bit of a longer stream. Anyway, so now we have the current map as well, and then store unlocked map. And here I would say current map asset, unlocked map. And we don't store that yet. It's maybe also not the best way to do it, but it's simple. And simple is usually good. And this is actually up here. So here we have an unlocked map, which is of type map asset. And what do we have here? So the test map unlocks the test map. This is just for testing. The tutorial unlocks the map 1. Map 1 unlocks map 2. Maybe that should be nullable. Then we can initialize it with null and do it like that. Map 1 is uninitialized here. Yeah, okay. Then define them the other way around. I don't have a problem with that. Okay, so tutorial unlocks map 1. Map 1 unlocks map 2. And finally, coming back here, we need to have something like this. New map. And now we store this new map in here. And we go back to the menu screen. So in theory, that should be it. Also here we set it to 0. I think that's not necessary, but just to have a clean value at the end. So when there is a game event and we collect the finish flag, then we set the delay to the main menu to 5. If it's greater than 0, then we always reduce the delta time. And if it's less than 0, so these 5 seconds have passed, then we unlock the next map. And we go back to the menu screen. Okay, let's see if that works. And let's make the delay a little bit shorter that we don't need to wait all the time. Let's just make it a second. Okay, and here we need to pass now multiple things. We also had here the game and the preferences. So, tutorial. I go to the finish flag. I'm back to the main menu and I have now enabled map 1. Okay, this is this is now some issue since we never clean up entities. Everything gets duplicated. So that's the player from before. Map 2. Okay, that seems to work already. That's quite nice. So the only thing, maybe that's rather simple. So in the game screen, when we go back to the menu screen, maybe when we are actually calling hide, maybe that should be done in hide. I would say let's do that in the hide method actually, just to be safe here. So when we hide the screen, let me think. Wait, let me revert it. When do we want to clean up our game world? It could be when we are currently in the game. Maybe we press escape. That brings us back to the menu. When you press escape again, you want to get back to the game. So we don't want to clean up entities here. Yeah, I think we really just want to do it right here. So just before we go back to the main menu screen. So let's extract that to make that a little bit more clear. Let's call that on finish stage, something of on finish map, because we always called it map. So there we do all of that stuff. And in addition, we need from our world, we need to... Do we need to dispose it? No, we need to... How's that called? Clear... Or remove all, it's called like that. And clear recycled entities, no. Just remove all the entities and... Is that it? But I think also from our physics world, we also want to destroy everything. How does that work? Destroy body, and then we need to destroy the body. Clear forces? No. Dispose? Yeah, okay. Create body, get bodies. Ah, maybe we need get bodies and then iterate through them and clean them up. Yeah. Why would we need that? I think the only reason why we need that is because when we spawn ground bodies, they are not linked to an entity. So when I remove the entity, we don't clean up the body here. It might be the simplest solution to link it to an entity, but that's not necessary. And also it might break our current context listener logic, where I think we assume that the static body is not linked to an entity. So we do that slightly differently. So I would say that we say here, get bodies. And what is actually an array? A resizable ordered or unordered array of objects. Okay. So let's call that here physics bodies. This is an array of body. We pass that in here. And it says required. It's this GDX array again. Okay, so then GDX array of body. Okay. And then finally physics bodies, and for everybody now. Yeah. We call world destroy body. Physics world destroy body it. I'm not sure if that is working, but we will see in a moment. By the way, let's remove the... no, let's not remove the file because we never tested that. We have all the maps enabled. Okay, so then let's go here. Finish flag. Back to menu. That looks good. So at least the entities definitely are removed. Physics objects I cannot really judge. Let's turn on some debugging again. So let's enable profiling and also let's debug the physics. And maybe in our profiler system, what we also could add would be entities, where we have access to our world num entities, yes, and maybe also bodies. And that might be from our physics world. Physics world body count. Let's see. Everything is broken because we don't inject the physics world. Physics world like this. Okay. So we have 12 entities and 83 bodies. Okay. Then 0, yes, because I don't even know why that gets debugged. 1283. 1283. So seems like we are correctly removing everything. Also here, the saw bodies, they are not duplicated or anything. So I think that actually looks good. Let me try if also collecting of the cherries works. Okay. I think we have a working solution. Great stuff. We can turn off the profiling again. And now, just to be sure, because I'm wondering why I see some messages which in my opinion were related to like 1 hour ago. When I say 5, please write 5 in the chat so I can see if there is some delay. So write 5 now when you can hear that. Five. Okay. So delay is just like 10 seconds. Okay, that's good. Because very weird before, I think your messages related to you need to add the type hint to the first get and so on. I think that was related to the preferences implementation. But that was like, I don't know, half an hour ago. Have you ever played Wurzel Imperium? The name already sounds amazing. What the hell is Wurzel Imperium? Would be a cool idea to build a game like that in the future where you can sell stuff at an online market to other players. Wurzel Imperium 2 browser games. Okay, I don't want to register. What is it? It's a... so you can be a gardener and do something online, right? Überraschende Spieltiefe wartet. I can imagine. Yeah, so I never implemented an online game, let's say, where you can, most likely I could assume here there's a database in the background which stores something and loads something. So it would be definitely an interesting project, but I don't know when when we will ever have time to do that. Just making the game, that one we could do like we do it now with LibGDX and TVM actually. That works quite good. It's super old. You basically have gardens in grid form and you can plant stuff and sell it to NPCs or players. I've built a multiplayer game for GitHub's Game of Jam back in 2017, I think. That's impressive. So I never did something with online stuff so far. I was always a little bit afraid that it might be too difficult, but with the knowledge that I have nowadays, I think it's actually not that difficult to implement an online game. With that, I mean, of course, not like AAA games like, I don't know, Dota 2 or League of Legends, where, in my opinion, you need a quite decent network code to handle all the delay and actions and everything server side, that people have a good experience. That I still imagine is not so easy to implement and get it right. But simple cookie clicker games or whatever you want to call that, I think they are not that tricky to implement. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are at a very good state because we have now all of that done. Wait, we need to need to clean up now the test screen. Let's do that first. So in here we have tests and we also we don't have an assets folder, so we keep it like that. Yeah, we keep it like that. And do I actually, what did I write here? Move current test map to test resources. Nah, we don't do that. We don't have test resources, just everything in the assets folder. So I would say this one here is done. We have the main menu. You can select actually up to 3 maps. We have this transition where we move back to the main menu. We could maybe add some cool transition effect there, but not sure if we have time for that today. Maybe tomorrow we can put there some icing on the cake. Then the delay of 5 seconds, or when the jingle is finished, I would make that really time dependent. So in case we have a very weird audio or whatever, then we don't need to wait for the entire thing. But 5 seconds, I think, is good enough. Let me quickly test that. Yeah, maybe a little bit longer. Maybe let's make it 6 seconds. For League of Legends, they have actually built a whole private internet. Ah, really? Okay, did not know that. Thanks for streaming, by the way. I totally lack the energy to code for fun these days, but it's just as fun watching you code and struggle. Yes, from time to time I struggle as well. And for me, the motivation is really, it depends. There is, let me check. I think on GitHub you can see how active were there lesbians here. Volleyball-Damen küssen sich mitten im Spiel. Okay, lesbians in the volleyball team. Interesting stuff. Now we know it. There should be some overview where you can see the activity. So how much I commit at what kind of months. At least on the phone, I can see that. I don't know how I can see that here. Ah, here. So here, you also see that my motivation usually is not consistent. So there are always a couple of months, like here, for example, the entire February, January, we're also not very active, where I don't do almost anything. And then there are months like October, sometimes December a little bit with the advent of code stuff, where I'm motivated to do something. But for me, it's the same. I don't code all the time. It's really, sometimes I just have an idea in mind. I'm a little bit motivated to do something. And yeah, then I force myself, like with this project, you can really say force myself to work on that and get something done, and with done, I mean really done, not just a semi-working solution or where I stop somewhere in the middle. I really try to really complete projects. I just play around a little bit with the scope and shift it. Like in that game, we removed certain features, like I did not implement the dash functionality, I did not implement a boss fight. But with that, I can usually complete something, get a complete package, and then I'm happy with that. What is this achievement? Galaxy Brain. Unlocked on January 11th. Second accepted answer. Wow, I'm a Galaxy Brain. Who would have thought? Lot of GitHub achievements. When I die, I want them that they print them on my grave. Okay, so what else are we then actually missing? So that one is really done. Yeah. Then I would say we create the 3 maps first. Now let's create the maps tomorrow. Maybe I even do that off stream because there is no programming involved at all. I think I will do that off stream most likely. And just show you then the final result in a YouTube video. So I would say there are a couple of things. Not a lot of things, but the collect sound. Yes, we need that one. Then let me write down certain things. The loading screen, info text to touch the screen. That one is missing. And one thing that came to my mind where I'm actually not sure if we implemented that. Let me see. When we have no more hit points, do we then actually respawn? Or do we just remain where we are? Okay, we remain where we are. So I would say there should be like special sound when life is 0. Damage taken 4 times, or contact with map boundary bottom. In both cases, respawn at start location. That one is also not done yet. And finally, one more thing, like, I don't know, parallax background for menu screen. So let's focus on these points here. I think they should not take too much time, hopefully. Let's see. So first of all, collect sound effect when collecting a cherry. For that, I would say we go to this amazing website and simply get one of these sound effects. Maybe power up. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good. I like that one. Yeah, let's take this one. So we need, what do we need? Sample size of 16, if I remember correctly. And 44 kilohertz, was that the problem? I don't know. Download powerup.wave. So assets, audio, then we have a cherry. And somewhere we have the sound assets, and there we have now the cherry and cherry.wave. And in the audio service, I think we have these events. So in here, let me convert it to a when statement. Okay, that's actually not consistent. Let me see. Audio service dot play. We play the heard audio event directly in the child service. Okay, that is when we are in contact. In the damage system and also in the jump system. Yeah, it's not consistent. Most likely we should extract all these audio service play thingies somehow inside the service, but let's be honest, the player in the end will not notice. So let's keep it like we have it at the moment. So when you collect the cherry, then play and then the sound asset cherry, and let's make that a when statement. Yeah, so we can do it like that and else do nothing. Okay, so now we should have a sound effect when we collect a cherry. Let's spawn here at the top. What? Ah, because we have now 3 different maps. I'm modifying the test map, but actually I am in the tutorial map. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Good enough for me. So add collect sound effect when collecting a cherry. Done. By the way, we should commit. Let's commit first, that we can keep all of our changes here. And let's also quickly go through them. So here we created the maps, the display name, the cherry file. Then this was the cherry sound. We had a graphic, blah, blah. No one is interested in. Then music volume. Yes. Then game preferences. That one was completely new. Then game screen. Yeah, with the delay, green check mark at the top, we register it. Then we also need to unregister it. Perfect. Then we render something here. Yeah, that's also good. On finish map, where we do something. Here we should add some comments. So unlock next map. Then clean up entities and physics bodies. That's all of that. And go back to menu screen. That's the last step. Okay. Good. So load map. That was also not so challenging. Then the profiling. There we added some things in addition. So we also debug entities and bodies. That also worked. Loading screen. Let's check here once more. So we have the loading screen. Wait, there we don't need to check anything. That was just the adaptation here that you need to click to get to the next screen. Yes. Then we had a menu model, green check mark. That is okay. Then we had the menu screen. Here we have the stage, and I hope we also dispose the stage. Yes, so there I got reminded about that. We had the menu view that's working, and we added some game preferences to our game. One question, do you need to dispose preferences? I don't think so. No, you don't need to dispose preferences. Okay, then updated skin, and that's it. So add menu screen. Yeah, add menu screen actually. Okay, then let's commit all of that. So now we have a save point if we screw anything up. So loading screen info text to touch the screen. Here we most likely need to get a style for a label. We don't have that yet, so we need our font, and the font color should be white. Yeah. Because we have a black background. So we don't see that here, but I guess it's working. And now we would need actually a view again, right? With table and stuff like that. But here I think here we will make it very, very simple. Export the screen once more. So in our loading screen, we do need a stage. So we need this stuff here. Then we need maybe this one. I'm not sure. By the way, I think this is also not correct. So when we hide, we also need to clear the stage. Otherwise, we duplicate the actors all the time. I think that's actually a bug. I just noticed that stage clear. Yes, here we call it correctly, but in the menu screen, we forgot to clear it. Okay. So we also need the same thing here. Maybe wait. We don't. No, we need to do that. Wait, I'm wrong. We need to do that. So we need to call here stage clear. Here, maybe we don't need to do it because in the dispose method here, I assume when you dispose the stage, then also the stage gets cleared, most likely. But just to be consistent, we will have it here as well. Then we need to take over the resize method as well. Okay, and now a very, very, very simple UI, which would be something like stage actors. Then we have a table where we have set fill parent true. And inside here, we have a label where we say touch to continue. And maybe wrap to true. And maybe padding on all sides equal to 10, something like that. I don't know. Let's see if that looks somehow decent. So we need also a render method here. And I would say here we do then stage act, delta time, and stage.draw, and again UI viewport apply. Let's see. That looks ugly as hell. So obviously the cell is not correct. So let's make that expand and fill. Looks a little bit better. Maybe just expand Y, fill Y. Yeah. And width of, I don't know, 100. I want to have a fixed width. Not good. 150. I want to have it centered. It does not look like it's centered. Is there a set alignment center? How does that look like now? Okay, now maybe I don't need the fixed width anymore. Oh, okay, that looks better now. Yep, now it's centered. And I don't just want to have touch to continue. That looks quite boring. I also want to have some nice actions. So I want to have something like this. Plus equals, then I have a sequence. Or it's called, I don't know, actions. I think I don't need that actually. I want to have then a fade out of half a second. Then a delay of, I don't know, a quarter second. And then a fade in of again half a second. And this one I want to loop indefinitely. How is that called? Actions.loop? No. Actions, what do we have here? We have delay. Forever. It's called forever. Okay, so we have here forever. This, and instead of the plus, we can also write then, right? We have this infix thingy. So forever, we fade out, then we have a delay, and then we fade in again. How does that look like? Okay, this one is a little bit too much, maybe just 10th of a second. I like it. So this is somehow getting my attention when I look at it. Good stuff. So next point of the list. Loading screen info. Done. Let's move that to the end. So currently what we are missing is some background and also actually background music. So now it gets a little bit boring again. So first of all, I need light in my room. One moment. Way better. Now it gets a little bit boring again because we need to get some soundtrack stuff. And I have an idea. I think last time I searched not ideally. So let's search for platformer. Let's search for chiptune maybe. And let's search for free. Okay, so now we have this one. What else? Maybe beat them up. I don't know. But this one looks good. Short circuits. Let's listen to it. What license does it have? Creative Commons Attribution version 4 International. What the hell? What is that? What is that license? Is that also free to use? You are free to share, copy and redistribute the material in any medium or format for any purpose, even commercially. Adapt, remix, transform a build. The licensor cannot revoke these freedoms as long as you follow the license terms. Under the following terms, attribution. You must give appropriate credit, provide a link to the license, and indicate if changes were made. Yeah, I do that in the README file. You may do so in any reasonable manner, but not in any way that suggests the licensor endorses you or your use. No additional restriction. Yeah, okay. That would be totally fine. Then let's listen to Happy Trails. Okay, that sounds not so good. Off into the world. Also not so good. Is there anything cool? Climbing the Citadel. maybe, that's a maybe for me. Then the tower. Nah, that sounds more like RPG. I want some happy, fun tunes that are motivating me to play the game. Let's see, what do we have in here? What is the license here? Where do I see it? More information. No license mentioned at all. Let's check. A downloadable soundtrack. Name your own price, track listing, bosses, levels. Listen with fade outs. This is my attempt to compose in Battletoads style. Story, blah, blah, blah. You can freely use this music in your project. Just give me credits and link to gameplay video or copy of your game. Aha, okay. So let's trust him and download the pack. Title. Okay, I already like it. Title sounds good. Then level 1 Canyon. Maybe I want a little bit more funny thing. No, that's definitely not it. Clouds. I don't know, maybe this one. What else do we have? Chase, Thorns, Blades, Fly Up to Victory. What's that? Okay, so those are definitely more motivating sounds that we had before. So title will be menu screen and Fly Up to Victory will be the ones for the maps. I have made up my mind. I hope that they are working. Maybe we need to convert them, but let's see. So that would be a main menu. And that one would be how did we call that? Tutorial MP3, I would say. One, something like that. And those would be music assets. Dum. So main menu and also map 1. So here we have main menu wave and map1.wave. And finally, in our menu screen, when we show it, we want to have audio service, play, music assets, main menu. I think this play method is private because we never needed it, but now we do need it. Okay, good. Let's see. Do we crash because of missing samples or whatever? No. Okay, I like it. Great stuff. So this one is working. Then let's quickly adapt the sounds here somewhere. Where did we do that? I need map and then properties. So music assets is map 1. Yep. And the same for map 1 and the same for map 2. Okay. We also need to rename them. So this is tutorial. This will be a new way. Am I in danger? Just some stupid made up names. Okay. Then let's see. Does this also work? Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay, so seems to work. We found some new music assets, which is good, but we don't need to, or we need to give credit to that little guy. Which one did we actually use? We used this one, right? Beat 'em up soundtrack. 8-bit beat 'em up soundtrack. Let's give credit to that little boy. Beat. How did he write it? Beat 'em up soundtrack. I could also write here the authors actually, so by someone, but yeah. Whatever, they should be happy that I linked them and that someone is using their assets. So good, we have a menu screen sound. Now we just need a background as well for the menu. Let's try that out as well. So basically what we want is parallax background. For the game viewport, what happens if I pass in the UI viewport? And scroll speed is 1:1. Yeah, that's fine. And then what happens if I say here, how did I call that now? Parallax background dot draw 0, 0 and patch stage dot patch, and also dispose it. I think this will not work, but let's see. Do I need to do that within batch use? Yes, batch use, and then pass in all the fancy stuff. Also okay. So stage batch use, and here I pass in UI viewports dot camera. Okay, let's see if that is working. I think it does not work, but let's see. It is actually working, but of course we need to render it before the stage. And of course it's super small because our UI viewport is very, very big. But I think for the menu that looks good. What I now want is, let me see. So first of all, in our parallax background, we have different textures in here. So I want to be able to choose what kind of texture should be used. Which I could do just like this, right? So it would be just background texture path, which is basically just a string. With that, I just have it like this, and I would say this is then the texture that I pass to the sprite and that I need to dispose. Yeah. Now, when I create a new instance, then here I want to have it, for example, with graphics. And then background, and then gray.png for the menu. And in the system, there I have, whoops. There I have the green background for now. Okay, let's see. Yeah, for the menu, I think that's okay. And here we have the green background. So that also looks good. One final thing that I want to do is in the menu screen, I want to scroll this background all the time. So here I want to have something like parallax background. And what did we call? Scroll by. And it should scroll by, I don't know, maybe not that fast. We need to try that out. And this value always needs to be multiplied by the delta time. Okie doke, let's see. Yeah, it's moving quite slowly. Just one question. How does that actually work? So why does it work? I don't understand that. We have the texture. And the size is the size of the viewport that we pass in. Okay. So that it stretches over the entire map. And then we draw it. Okay. I get it. I remember now. Okay, good. It should move, I would say, a little bit faster maybe. So let's try 0.5. Maybe a little bit more. So X, but maybe just on the X-axis, like 0.8. I think that's okay. Then at least something is happening. It's not just a static image. And that's it. So let's click tutorial. So the music volume is definitely not aligned. So the background music is way louder than the map jingle. Yeah, but I think it's good enough. So that looks fine as well. So we have the background for the main menu. Then we need the special sound when alive is 0. Yes, that totally makes sense. So there we need something like a deaf sound. Did I close the page? Of course I closed the page because I always close things. Let's see. We need something like... Is it explosion? No, hit and hurt. I don't know. They don't sound that good. I would need to like a deaf sound. How would that look sound like? No. Hey, Lario. These sounds make me crazy. Let me see. Do we have maybe like a sound package here for basic sound effects? Didn't we download something the last time? Does not seem like it. Nah, we did not download anything. So maybe it's again game and soundtracks. It's not really soundtracks. Is it sound toy? No, it's not sound toy. SFX also not available. We need a sound for when the character dies. 16-bit starter pack, free music. No, I don't want music. I want sound effects, not music. Casual game music pack. Does anyone know a good sound effect pack that is free to use? I found a free app for image generation. It's as good as Midjourney. It's called Focus. Focus. What is that? Focus. Focus on prompting and generating. Focus AI. Is it this one? No, Focus CC. Advanced image focus selection and depth. The first one. The GitHub page. Okay. That was not correct. Focus is an image generation software based on Gradio. Focus is rethinking of stable diffusion and Midjourney design, blah, blah, blah. Installing Focus. Install. Isn't there a online version? Would be great. Using Focus is as easy as probably easier than Midjourney, but this does not mean we lack functionality. Below are the details, blah, 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 tons of things. We also have a few things borrowed from the best parts of Leonardo AI. Focus also developed many focus-only features for advanced users to get perfect results. Click here to browse the advanced features. Download. You can directly download Focus with After you download the file, please uncompress it and then run run.bat. The first time you launch the software, it will automatically download models. After, you will also have blah, blah, blah. You can also switch presets. Okay, so it seems to be fairly simple. Then you download something, I guess. I can then create something. Okay. Interesting. It's not simple for the GPU. I have a 4070. I'm confident that it can do something. But yeah, of course, there's some computation power needed in the background for these things. But yeah, looks good. What we would need right now is sound effects for when a player is dying. Do you also have something for that? Can I search for terms here? No, I cannot do that, right? No, that's not possible. There is a music tag, but there is no sound tag, which is weird. Why is there no sound tag? Free game asset sound effects. Let's see, is there something? Game sound effects, royalty-free downloads. What is that? Sometimes all you need is the perfect game sound effect to nail a video. Immerse your audience in the nostalgia of arcade gaming with retro game sounds, 8-bit melodies, and blah blah blah. You get your pick from over 19,000s. Kick off with a free trial at Epidemic Sound and instantly elevate your content. Okay. Nah. Free sound effects download. Wait, there is the open game art. This is also maybe a site that we could use. Sound effects. Okay, that sounds maybe a little bit more helpful. What about RPG sound pack? 512 sound effects 8-bit. Okay, let's try that one. Hits and punches, no. Battle sound, chain gun, spell sound, zombie sound, tons of things. Let's try out these here. Okay, that's way too crazy. Can we download the pack and let's see? Because it simply played all of them behind each other, so I don't know which sound is what. Open! Okay, we have death screams. Human. Damn it, we need to unzip it first. Ah. Downloads. How do I unzip you? Why is everything in Windows 11 so different than all the Windows before? I hate it when they change everything all the time. Let's try it like this. Okay, it's doing something. At work, I got the new Outlook app now. So not the normal Microsoft Outlook. There's also a Outlook New. To me, it looks like it's like Teams, but minified that it only contains Outlook, to-do list, calendar, and something else. And I don't like it. So basically, the calendar that I have on the right side in Outlook usually, where I see the entire month, my appointments for a day. If an appointment is done, then it simply disappears from that list. And for whatever reason, they changed that in this new Outlook, and appointments don't disappear. The calendar by default is just a one-liner of the current week, and everything is super small and just weird. I don't like it. I don't know why they always need to reinvent the wheel with user interfaces. People got used to it since the last, 30 years, how Outlook should look like and where the buttons are and the different menu options. And they always change it around. And I hate that so much. I really hate user interface changes. I don't have anything against it when they try to optimize it, make it more modern, whatever. But per default, please always leave the old user interface and make the new one just an add-on or something that you can enable in the options. Don't force your customers to get used to a garbage user interface that I don't know whoever created. Those are the struggles at my daily work. Okay, so these really sound like deaf sounds. We don't want that. Maybe general sounds? Damage sounds? Nah, does not sound like it. Negative sounds. Fanfares, maybe that one. Nah, we need more like a negative fanfare. Impact. What is impact? Okay. Also nothing in there. What is interaction? All of that sounds more like a space game with some spaceships and so on. Yeah, I really need like, I don't know what I have in mind, but not that. What is a weird sound? Oh god. I don't know. All of that sounds like spaceships. I don't want spaceship sounds. I want normal sounds. What did we just open? 512 effects, 8-bit, right? Let's try RPG sound effects, maybe. Maybe that's better. Oh, wait. Can we search here for maybe platformer? Different steps on wood, stone, leaves, gravel, and mud. No. FPS placeholder sounds. No. 8-bit platformer SFX. That sounds good. Again, sounds more like something in space, not really a platformer. Platformer sounds. Terminal, interaction, door, shoots, bang, and footsteps. Nah. Platformer jumping sounds. Maybe eerie horror sound effects. Cute cartoon jump sound effects. Maybe 12-player movement sounds. Platformer small sound effect pack. Okay. Sound effects for platformer. Okay, let's find something here. Ah, that's the one that we had before. No, we don't want that one. How about this one? No, those are jumping sounds. Okay. No, that's also not the one. No. Those are super silent. I don't know why. I don't know. Nah. Why can I not find good sounds? Deaf sounds. Or just deaf. Let's see. 8-bit sound effects library. Ghost, monster voice. No, monster. Yeah. Big explosion. Ghost. Old school. Female. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's see. Hey! wait, we can use something like that. The squash sound, whatever that was. Let's use that one. Dip, dip. Boop, 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 boop. Which one was it? Maybe this one. We take this one. Enough time searching for the perfect sound. This one it is. Def.mp3. Why was there something called FLAC? Is it actually a FLAC file, not MP3? I don't know. Let's see. We try to have it as a sound asset. Yes. And we have here def. And we have here def. And it's MP3. And finally in the tiled service, when we are going to die, then here we don't play the heard sound, we play the def sound. Let's see. And to quickly test it, we always use the tutorial map. Let's spawn down there and let's sacrifice ourselves. FLAC is lossless. I don't hear the sound. Seems like that's not working. Good, the player would be lost. Seems like it's not playing. Which one did I use? I shouldn't have renamed it so early. Was it 2? No. This one. It was number 3. And that's not working for whatever reason. So we can use, or what did we do? FLAC to MP3 online. There are for sure converters for everything. Seems like we used that one before. So let's go. Can I bring that to the page? Now maybe the load data. So downloads. No, that's wrong. Impact. And then the free. And we want to have it as, I don't know, maybe a wave file. I really don't know. MP3. Maybe MP3. That's good enough. And convert. Download. And open. And let's go. And back in here. And let's delete this one. And let's rename this one. And let's try again. Seems like the right file. Yeah, wait. There's always a little delay, it feels like. But is the delay because of the sound, or is it because we have a problem somewhere in our code? Let me go to audio. Def. So sound-wise, it feels like it should be immediate. Could be collision. Maybe it collides later than you see it. Yeah, could also be the case. Anyway, let's add the final piece as well. Wait, first of all, we have the tiled service, right? There we have this contact which teleports the player to the start location, resets its live capacity, plays the sound, and updates the event. So the only thing, in my opinion, that we need to do is in our damage system, we can reuse all of that. And player becomes invulnerable after taking damage. This is not true 100%. Also, this is not true because we have here something like if life component current is less than 0, then we have our game event dispatcher and we fire a new event where we pass in the player. Damage taken live. Let's make that also just for player entities. Right now, I think that's simpler because we don't damage anything. We cannot damage source and we cannot damage rocket. So for that, let's currently just do it to the player. And then if the life is less than 0, then the event will trigger the tiled service that contains the logic for respawning. So we can reuse that. And otherwise, if it's not less than 0, then we do all of that stuff, but we can reduce the if condition like that. Okay, let's see. Let's try. Now the sound is definitely a little bit delayed, so I respawn immediately, but the sound is a little bit later. I don't know why. But it is what it is. But look what happens. It plays on respawn, not death. At least what I noticed. Yeah, because of the delay, I think. I mean, let's see how long it takes, audio service, until we reach that point here. Actually, that point in here. So we should get into this breakpoint immediately when we have 0 hit points. Okay. Okay, a little bit hard to debug because there's always the sound effect when we are hurt. Okay, now you see the death sound. Can I still open this window? Yes. So we get to the play call here of the death sound before we are respawned. So we currently take damage at the source. So now we would expect the sound to be played, but it has the delay. Yeah. Anyway, we could, or we can maybe bypass that because I have an idea. One moment. Maybe let's make this respawning a little bit better. And by the way, not all sound effects have this problem, right? So Yeah, so damage, I would say that is good enough. That's almost played instantly. And the cherry, also jumping is good. And picking up the cherry is also fine. So it's just this death sound. And there, anyway, I would say we want to respawn. Yes. Is it maybe because it's an MP3 and there is a little bit of a delay with MP3 because all the other things are WAV files? Let's try that out. Before I do anything else, let's try out a WAV file. So it was the third impact stuff. We want to have a WAV file. We want to have 48 kilohertz. And we want to have, I have no idea. I really have no idea. Convert. Download. Let's bring that in here. Let's call it dev.wave. Let's see if that makes the difference. A little bit better. I think it's better, right? But not sure if I'm maybe crazy. Let me revert it back to the MP3 version. So when I respawn and fall down, and basically when I touch the ground, the sound effect starts to play. Yeah, in my opinion, the wave is slightly faster. So let's get rid of the MP3. Slightly faster, and I don't hear any difference. I hear a slight difference, but it might be just that I go crazy, to be honest. We will keep it like that. One thing, do we want to add something? Maybe, I think when we respawn, we actually also want to get invulnerable, I would say, for maybe 2 seconds. That should also be an effect when you die. Oh, and we also need to add this blinking thingy, like that one here. Yeah. Okay. I think that's totally good enough for our needs. So what do we have? Damage taken 4 times, or contact with map boundary. In both cases, respawn at the start location and play a special sound. So we have this one here as well. And the final thing here with the audio context issue, I think that might be solved now because of our loading screen. So let's commit that quickly. Let's see. Yeah, let's call that final game polishing. Let's see. Let me try it out first by just locally running it. So clean, and then under other, I think there is run. Yes, let's do that. what happens if you open the MP3 outside the game free? We can also check that once more. I have this little editor here, which I think should show me the sound waves of the file. If I drag it in there. No, I don't want the new version. Oh God, why is it opening tutorials all the time? Just do something. And let me drag in our impact sound here. Aha, okay. Can I zoom in here somehow? I cannot, but I see there is actually a minor delay here at the front. I don't know if you can see that. I can make it bigger like that. So the first, what is that, 1/6 of a second, there is nothing, and then it starts the sound. That's the reason. Interesting. Can this program, by the way, also convert sound files? We can try that out. Okay, but that's it. This is this minor delay that I am feeling. Yeah. Okay, anyway, coming back to TVM. So we start now the game in the browser. We have touch to continue. We have music. The browser obviously doesn't know about the preferences of my local user folder. So that's why I can only play the tutorial. Bam, bam, bam. Let's see. Aha, so somewhere in the browser this information is stored about the unlocked maps. I'm wondering, is that done in the local storage? Where can you see the local storage? Network? No. Does anyone know where can I see? Ah, here, local storage. Aha, okay, so preferences. Preferences are actually stored under local storage in your browser. Interesting. So there you see the unlocked maps and then how it's stored. Yeah, as again, for a real game, I would invest more time. I don't like that it stores the class information in here, and I'm sure that this can be avoided. I did that in the past already. For the love of God, I just cannot remember how I did it properly. So that one I would definitely remove. And most likely with the minified version, it maybe just stores the string in the end. I don't know. So for a real game, well, let me close that with the music. Seems to work. Everything seems to work, which is cool stuff. In a real game, I would pay, or I would invest more time to convert the thing that we have up here to basically, what do we want? Tutorial and map 1. So we would just need this information, which is way smaller than everything that is stored above. But this is the relevant information that we need to properly load or know what kind of maps are unlocked. We don't need all this additional information from up here. But right now, I don't want to invest more time into that. Maybe tomorrow, when we finalize the maps. But the music issue seems to be solved, first of all. That seems to be good. Let me also try that on GitHub if the action... No, not Flex. If the action is already done. Final game polishing. Oh God, we broke something. Downloading. Something with... Something failed here. Compile test Kotlin. Okay. The tests were failing. Wait. But we did not touch any code, or did we? Let's see. Aha, we touched the code. For the parallax background, you need to pass in now the background graphic. Yeah, I remember. That one we actually really changed. So graphics, background, and I think green.bng I used for this test screen, but I cannot remember 100%. Then let's go to the test launcher. Yes, okay. Okay, then let's fix parallax background constructor call. Okay. Yeah, so let's let the GitHub action run in the background, and we try to optimize here the sound effect a little bit. So I'm not an expert with all these tools, unfortunately. I know cut, schneiden und teilen, that means like cut it or crop it. But seems like this does not work for audio files, or is it? Ah, it is. So let's say all of that. Remove. Yeah. Save. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so now it should start almost immediately. Maybe even a little bit more. Can we zoom in here some more? No, we cannot. I don't know, maybe. That's too much. Cut that one as well. No, let's try to save that. Can I do that? This is... all of that are video files. Okay, since that one is called a video editor, I assume it can only export in video formats, but we want audio formats. Last time I tried to, actually a couple of streams ago, I tried to download Audacity, which was the thingy that I used in the past, but that was a lot of weird downloads and then even a virus file, I think, at some point. So I don't want to search for that anymore. Does anyone know a good audio editing software? Or how I can do it with this little tool here? I want to export that as an audio file. But how can I do that? I don't know. I am so lost. Cut audio online, really? Cut audio online. Online MP3 cutter. Okay, impressive. Then let's... also, I think the thing at the end, most likely, that seems to be just silent. Can I play it? And wave and save. By the way, wait. Let's go back to MP3 again and save it. And yeah. Wait. Are we getting to perfection, maybe? Is it absolutely amazing what we are achieving right now? Let's convert that back to MP3. Not the test launcher. No one is interested in the test launcher. Did it change? Maybe. I don't know. It's just a tiny little thing. Let me save it once more as wave just to see if there's a difference. Def, wave, overrides, wave. I'm honest, I don't hear the difference at all. It is the file from the website. But maybe it did not cut. Do I need to press a button? Maybe the squash thingy is from here? No, it's already starting here. You still have some data in the beginning of the file. Yeah, maybe. Is that now saved? I really Trimmen schneiden. Can you re-upload the cut version to this website? Ha, good idea, smart boy. Okay. Then let's go back and let's go. Okay, I don't know where. Ah, here. Let's load. I can only load MP3s. Nah, now I'm lost. Yeah, okay, wait. Wait. So we have this one. Let's start again from scratch. And let me clean up my downloads folder because I cannot remember all those things. So we need impact splatter. Yes. Okay. So let's remove everything else. We don't need that. So we want imp splat and the version 3. So from that one, we cut off from the beginning quite a few things. And at the end, maybe until here. Then let's save that as MP3, where I cannot provide a name for whatever reason. And then let's go back to where? I think this one. And let's load now this version. Aha, there is still. It did not change at all, right? So this version has a length of, I don't see it. I don't see the length, how long it plays. Yeah, let's see. Most likely I need to press something somewhere. Enter. No. Trim. No. Nothing changed. Yes, nothing changed. I don't get it. Why does it not change anything? Why is everything so bad? And what does that even do? Different website, yes. Cut audio online. Audio trimmer online, MP3 cutter. Wow, that sounds like a professional website. I agree. Then let's take that file again. But here I don't see now Here I don't see that there is an empty stuff at the beginning. What the hell? A different website. That one is most likely also not professional. Let's try this one. Okay, that sounds now better. Here. And here. Ja, Auswahl extrahieren. Ja. Ernte von... Ernte? What Ernte? What the hell? MP3 Export. Ja. Ja, Download. Maybe we are getting there. I don't know. Let's try. What's the newest version? This one. For whatever, that is even bigger than the original file, although it's shorter. Also interesting. Okay, then def.mp3 again. And now, please. Nothing has changed. Seriously, nothing has changed. Whatever. Ernte ist gleich crop. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's really a bad translation. Okay, since nothing has changed, we need to live with that. If anyone wants to figure it out, how to fix it, create a PR on GitHub and let me know. What I want to do is now, hopefully, the workflow was running successfully. Yes, it was. And now when we click on the website on GitHub, I hear music. I hear music again. So it seems like the music problem is solved. Let's try the respawning. Respawning was working. Let's try picking up the cherry. And let's try finish flag. Map 1. By the way, seems like it did not save the progress from last time. I'm not an expert with web development, but maybe the local storage is deleted when you close the browser. Let's try that out. I close the browser and go in again. Ah, no, wait, I saw it. It was remembered, right? So now I was able to select all the... Yeah, so it remembered it, but why did it start that again? Ah, never mind. Before we tested it with localhost and now I tested it with GitHub. Yeah, I remember. Okay. So the localhost version, I don't know. Is local storage per website URL? I don't know. Anyway, but that is most likely the difference. It looks fine for me. I really think you play the sound after respawning. Just check the console for playing sound. Yeah, but code-wise, that would be milliseconds. And it would not make a difference at all because, so here you're right. So we call here the def sound, play sound def. And we call then the event. But all of that is not happening immediately. So we go through one frame of our game and we are then teleporting the player. And actually at the, I don't know, where do we have the audio service stuff? One moment. Let me find it. Here. So first of all, we would update our screen. So the player gets teleported. And right after that, we have audio service update. And here we would then really play the sound. But that is seriously like a millisecond, even less maybe, within the same frame. So it would definitely not be the delay that we are currently hearing. I don't know why we have the delay, but I don't care anymore. We don't need everything in perfection. It annoys me a little bit, but I don't want to invest more time into that. So anyway, TVM audio context is also finished. And with that, my little friends, or tall or big friends, we completed this little game. The map creation, so I will create a tutorial map. There is one thing left that we can do tomorrow. So tomorrow I will make another stream in the afternoon again. Maybe again around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Central European time. And there is one final thing that I want to implement. So for a tutorial map, I want something like in tiled, you can place here a text. I don't know, we would need to install our font. And here I want to write something like use, how can I change the text? Here, use WASD to move. Make that a little bit bigger. And in the tutorial map, for example, you spawn at the beginning and there will be this text. And then the player knows what he needs to press to move around. And this text rendering here, we are currently not supporting, and we need to add the support for that. So that is actually one tiny little feature that I want to implement. And yeah, let's do that tomorrow. So tomorrow we will do this one and we create 3 maps. So my idea would be the first map is the tutorial with the movement. At the end of the map, a little hill where you also need to jump. And I think that's it for a tutorial. Maybe the cherry as well. So maybe a little bit of a gap where you need to jump over it. And then the finish flag, then the map 1. That's also a very simple map, I would say, with some chainsaws. One chainsaw that is static, one that is going up and down, and another one maybe that is going left and right, I don't know, in a circle, so something like that, that we introduce this chainsaw enemy. And on the second map, we will use the rock head as well. Also a tiny little map with that enemy. And that's it. So that's my idea for tomorrow. Should not take super long, I would hope. That's mainly content creation. But especially the text rendering could be useful as well. And yeah, with that, that's it for today. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your help again. And hopefully see each other again tomorrow, where we are then really finalizing the game content and yeah, create those 3 little maps that I just explained. I wish you a nice rest of your Friday, afternoon, evening, wherever you are, and Bye bye.